Alrighty. Okay. Oh, hell. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That was the one I'm trying to get. Okay. Merlin. Ah, there we go. Okay. Mm. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, why did I even put that in my list? All right. Could we replace that? Okay. We could do. Mm, that work. Yes. Ooh. Okay. Me, if you can, me. I'll put you in the list, right? Well, we have to get you. Go on our deck. Okay. Okay. works. Okay. So, oh, I know. We haven't done it in a long time. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. Really episode. We haven't done that in a while. Alright. Hey, you're the only one that knows skills that. Right? Right. You're the only one that knows. But you spend the most time at bedroom anyway, so of course you know my practice. Hi. Ogni qui ogni rigione italiano. E qua, poi dentro. Sotto già. Hello, I'm Google. And I'm Rosie, and today we are reacting to Soda Retold. Toby and a stout gentleman. So, what's going on in Dreaming Reactions for the rest of the year? It's pretty much we're just Soda Retold today, the 16th, the 19th, the 23rd, the 26th, and the 30th. That's pretty much it. Yep, that's it for Dreaming Reactions for the year, guys. Season 4 will start airing on the 6th of January. That's all we can tell you. So, enjoy the rest of Soda Retold Season 1. Hello, I'm Jenny Snell. Me and Rosie are recapping the mini style, reviewing the mini style, Zulaisa Soda episode Industry, which this is an episode where it takes place in Furnace River. Like, why am I saying this? Well, this is about the time Edward hated industrial engines like which was Samson. But in the end, said Rosie, he fixed the bug. He and Samson got on well, and then this led into the something. Lesson is don't hate on industrial engines. Couldn't put it better myself, said Jenny Snow. I gotta leave the ducks now. Adios, amigos. Hello, YouTubers! Welcome back to the Christmas Carol book reading from the Christmas stories. We're on chapter 3, the second and the third spirits. Awakened in the middle of the particularly tough snore, and sitting up in bed to get his thoughts together, Scrooge had no occasion to be told that the bell can was upon the stroke of 1. He felt he was restored to consciousness in the right nick of time. The essential purpose of holding a conference with the second messenger dispatched and Jacob Marley's intervention. The fight that he turned uncomfortably cold when he began to wonder which of his curtains the news back would draw back and put them everyone aside with his own hands, lying down again. Established a sharp look all around the bed, for he wished to challenge the spirit in the moment of its appearance. I did not want to be taken by surprise. I made nervous. Gentlemen of the free and easy sort will plummet themselves and being acquainted with a move or two may not usually equal to the time of day, express the wide range of great captivity for adventure. By a servant, they were good for anything from bitch and toss to manslaughter. In between which opposite extremes, no doubt, there lies a totally wide and comprehensive range of subjects. Without entering, was good quite hardly this. I don't mind calling on you to believe that he was ready for a good board field of strange appearances. And that nothing between the baby and rhinoceros with it abolished, astonished him very much. And now being prepared for almost anything, it was not by any means prepared for nothing. Quickly, and the bell struck 1, and no shape appeared. He was taken with a violent fit of trembling. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, quarter of the hour went by, yet nothing came. All the sudden, lay upon his bed, lay Gordon, center of a base, a bead right. There streamed upon it, and the clock proclaimed the hour, in which, being only light, was more alarming than a dozen ghosts. As he was powerless to make out what it meant, or would be at, and was sometimes apprehensive that he might be at the very moment when just in case of spontaneous combustion. Without having the consolation of knowing it. At last, I began to think, as you or I would have thought of first. For it was always the person not in the predicament who knows what ought to have been done in it. So, let's play. Done it too. Alas, I say, has began to think that the source secret of his ghostly light might be in an adoring room. From my hands, I'm forever tracing it and seeing the shine. His idea of taking full possession of his mind, he got up softly and shuffled in slippers to the door. The moment Scrooge's hand was on the lock, a strange voice called him by his name and bade him enter. He obeyed. It was his own room. There was no doubt about that. But it had undergone a surprising transformation. The walls and ceiling were so hung with living green that it looked a perfect grove. From every part of which light green berries glistened. These rally mistletoe and ivy reflected back the light, as if so many little mirrors scattered there, and such a mighty blaze that roaring up the chimney, as the dull perfection of earth had never known in Scrooge's time or Marley's, or for so many and winter season gone. Heaped up on the floor to form a kind of throne were turkeys, geese, game, poultry, brawn, great trees of meat, sucking pigs, long leaves of sausages, meat pies, plum puddings, barrels of oysters, red-hot chestnuts, cherry-picked apples, juicy oranges, luscious pears, immense stuffed cakes, and seething bowls of punch that made the chamber dim with delicious steam. An easy stayed upon this couch, there sat a holy giant, glorious to see, which bore a glowing torch. And shaped not unlike Plenty's horn, and held it up, high up at his light upon Scrooge, as he came, peeping around the door. "Come in!" screamed the ghost. "Come in, and don't be better, man." Scrooge entered timidly, and on his head before the spirit. It was not the dull Scrooge he had been. Although the spirit's eyes were clear and kind, he did not like to meet them. "I am the ghost of Christmas present," said the spirit. "Look upon me." Scrooge verily did so. It was clothed in one simple green robe, or mantle, embroidered with white fur. This garment hung so loosely on the figure that his fabulous breast was bare. Thus this dainty, rewarded, and conceited like it of rifle. His feet, observable beneath the ample folds of the garment, was also bare, and on his head wore all the covering and a holy leaf, dead here and there with shining icicles. His dark brown curls went on and free, radiant and gentle face, a sparkling eye, his open hand, straight voice, its unconstrained, demon color, and his joyful air. Gilded around his middle was an antique scalpel bowl, but no soul was in it. The ancient's death was eaten upon with rust. "We have never seen the like of me before," exclaimed the spirit. "Never," Scrooge made answer to it. I have never walked forth with younger members of my family. For I am very young. My elder brothers bore these in his later years, pursued the Phantom. I don't think I have, said Scrooge. I am afraid I have not. Have you had my brother's spirit? More than 1800, said the ghost. How tremendous family to provide for, muttered Scrooge. The ghost of Christmas present rose. Scrooge, Spirit, said Scrooge, Mr. Lee, conduct me where you will. I went forth last night in compunction. I learned a lesson which is working now. Tonight, if you ought to teach me, let me profit by it. Touch my will. Scrooge stayed as it was so and held it fast. Holly, mistletoe, red berries, ivy, turkeys, geese, game, poultry, brawn, meat, pigs, sausages, oysters, pies, pudding, fruit, and punch. All vanished instantly. So did the room, the fire, and the bubbly glow. The hour of the night, and they stood in the city streets on Christmas morning. It's the spirit of the season. Have you guys seen the Muppet Christmas Carol or any other adaptations of the Christmas Carol? Which ghost is your favorite? Mine is Christmas. For wherefore the weather was fierce. The people made a risk, but not unpleasant kind of music, and scraping the snow on the pavement from the dwellings and from the top of their houses. Hence was mad delight to the boys to see it come plummeting down into the road below. Yeah. And splitting into artificial little snowstorms. House fronts, well, black enough, no windows blacker, contrasting with the smooth white sheet of snow upon the roofs and the dirtier snow upon the ground, which, as tree frost, plowed it up in deep floors by the heavy wheels on carts and wagons. For those that crossed and recrossed each other hundreds of times, the great streets branched off, made into gate channels, hard to trace in the thick yellow mud, icy water. The sky was gloomy and the short streets were choked up with a thinly mist, half thawed, half frozen, whose heavy particles descended into showers of sooty at months. As if all the chimneys in Great Britain had, by one consent, caught fire and were blazing away to their dear heart's content. There was nothing very cheerful in the climate or the town, and yet was there cheerfulness aboard that the clearest summer air and brightest sun had endeavored to deepest and fain. For the people that were shoveling away in the housetops were joyful and full of glee, calling out to one another from the parlets, and now and then exchanging a base toss of this snowball. Better natured missile from far than many a worldly jest, laughing heartily It went right and not less hardly if it went wrong. The Luster shops were still half open, and the fruiters were radiant in their glory. With a great round pot belly, baskets of chestnuts, shaped like the waistcoats of holly oak green gentlemen, laundering the doors, and tumbling down into the street, and their potless opulence. The ready lamp face for Clifford, Spanish onions, shining in the fatness of the glow like Spanish fires, and inkling from their sleeves and hanging sadness the girls as they went by. And glanced moodily on the hunt of mistletoe. There were pears and apples, clustered high in blooming pyramids. There were bunches of grapes made in shopkeepers' violence to dangle. But subconscious looks, and people's mouths made water gleams. They passed. There were piles of ferlets, mostly in brown, calling their fragrance, ancient walks among the woods, and the present scufflings, ankle-deep through withered leaves, Norfolk biffins, squat and squanny, tying off the yellow oranges and the lemons, and the great compactness of their juicy persons, virtually entreating, rescuing to be carried home in paper bags and eaten after dinner. The very gold and silver fish set forth among these choice fruits in the bowl. The members of the dull and dragon blooded race appeared to know that there was something going on, until a fish, gasping around the little world in slow, passionless excitement. The grocers! Oh, the grocers! Nearly closed, with perhaps 2 shutters down, or 1. But through those gaps, such glimpses, it was not alone that the scales descending upon the counter made a merry sound, or that the canisters were rattled up and down like juggling tricks, or even the blended scents of tea and coffee were not grateful to the nose, or even the agents were so plentiful and rare. The almonds so extremely white. The sticks of cinnamon so long and straight. The other spices so delicious. Candied fruits so caked. Spotted. The molten sugar as it to make the coldest lookers one feel faint. Comes up completely pointless. Nor was it the figs, the mice and puppy, or the French plums pressed in modest tartlets and the highly decorated boxes. When not everything was good to eat and its Christmas dress, but the customers was so hurried and so eager on the hopeful promise of the day that they tripled up against each other at the door, crashing their wicker baskets violently and left their purchases upon the counter. He came running back to fetch them and committed hundreds of the like mistakes and rescuing impossible, while the grocer and his people were so frank and fresh that the Polish hearts, who as they fastened the aprons behind, might have been their own. One outside for general inspection, and for Christmas phones, the peck of had they choose. But so the steeples called good people all through church and chapel. And away they came. Flocking through the streets, in best clothes, and the gayest faces. And at the same time, they emerged from scores of by streets and lanes, and nameless turnings, with memorable people carrying their dinners to the baker shops. And as light in these poors and villas, beauty interests the spirit very much. I stood with Scrooge beside him in the baker stowaway, and taking off the covers, the umbrellas passed, spilled it in mess on their dinners torch. And it was a very uncommon kind of torch. But once or twice, when there were 8 yards between some dinner carriers and just below each other, we had a few drops of water in them. And again, humor was a sort directly. For they said he was ashamed to quarrel on Christmas Day, and so it was. God love it, and so it was. When time the bells ceased, and the bakers were shut up, and yet there was then the toll showering forth of all these dinners, and progress in their cooking, and the floor blush so wet above each baker's oven. And pavement smoked as its stones were cooking too. Is there a particular flavor in which you sprinkle from your torch? Asked Scrooge. There is, my own. Would it apply to any kind of dinner this day? Asked Scrooge. To any kind of human. To the poor one most. Why to the poor one most? Asked Scrooge. Because it needs it most. Spirit, said Scrooge after a moment's thought. I'm under you, all the beings and the heroes about us. So I decided to clamp these people's opportunities and instant enjoyment. Hey! Cried the spirit. You would provide them the means of getting next Sunday, and the only day on which they can said to dine at all, said Scrooge. Wouldn't you? Hey! Cried the spirit. You hate to close these places on the 7th day, yeah, said Scrooge. And in conscience, something I seek, saying the spirit. Forgive me if I'm wrong. It has been done in your name, or at least that of your family, said Scrooge. There are some partners for yours, returned the spirit, or late claim to know us, and do their deeds of passion, pride, ill will, hatred. I mean, selfishness in our name, who are as strange to us and all our kith and kin as they had never lived. Remember that. And their doings on themselves, not us. Scrooge promised that he would, and they went on, invisible as they'd been before, into the suburbs of town. It was remarkable quantity of the ghosts, was Scrooge served at the baker's, and notwithstanding his gigantic size, he could accommodate himself to any place with ease, and that he stood underneath a low roof, quite as gracefully and like a supernatural creature, as if it was possible, like going down a lovely hole. And perhaps it was the pleasure of the good spirit and showing off this power of his, or else it was his own kind, generous, high nature, and in sympathy with all poor men. Generous, that led him straight to Scrooge's clerks. For there he went and took Scrooge with him, lying onto his robe, and on the threshold of the door the spirit smiled, as up the bliss Bob Cratchit's dwelling and the spiggling of his torch. Think of that. Bob had but 15 up a week himself. He pocketed on Saturdays, but 15 copies of Scrooge's name. And yet the ghost of Christmas present blessed his full-moonlit house. And up the rose Mrs. Cratchit's wife, as thou, but poorly and twice turned down, of braven ribbons, which are cheap and make goodly show for 6 pence. And she laid the cloth, assisted by Linda Cratchit, second of her daughters, also braven ribbons. And Master Peter Cratchit plunged a fork into the saucepan of potatoes, and gained the corners of his mustache shirt collar, Bob's private property, comfort, on his son, and on today into his mouth. Tries to find himself so galley tired, or learned to slid in the fashionable parks. Now 2 smaller Cratchits, boy and girl, came tearing in, screaming that outside the baker's they had smelled the goose. And no net for their home. Basking in luxurious sauces, sage and onion, he then Cratchit answered about the table. Interesting so far, right? Yeah. Alright. The exalted Master Peter. One sec. To disguise. Exalted Master Peter Cratchit to disguise. Well, he, not proud of his scholars, nearly choked him, blew the fire, so the slow potatoes bubbling up, not to let lay the pan lid, relit and peeled. What has ever got your precious father then? Said Miss Cratchit. I knew better Tiny Tim and Martha. Warren late last Christmas Day by half an hour. Here's Martha, mother, said a girl, fearing that she spoke. Here's Martha, mother, cried the 2 young Cratchits. All right. Such a goose, Martha. Thy bread You have to life, my dear. How late you are, said Mrs. Cratchit, kissing her a dozen times, and taking off her shawl and bonnet for her with officialist zeal. We had a deal with to finish up last night, replied the girl. And I had to go away this morning, mother. Well, never mind how long you are come, said Miss Cratchit. Sit ye down before the fire, my dear, and have a warm, Lord bless ye. Oh no, there's father coming, cried the young Cratchits, who were everywhere at once. Hide, Martha, hide! So Martha hid herself, and then came little Bob, her father, with at least 3 feet of comforter and explosive of the fridge. Hanging down before him, his little red curl torn up and brushed, to look seasonable and Tiny Tim upon his shoulders. Alas for Tiny Tim, he wore a little crush, and had his limbs supported by an iron frame. Why, where's my mother? Cried Black Cratchit, looking around. Not coming, said Mrs. Cratchit. Not coming, said Bob. What is why the Galatian sensation in his high spirits for it had been Tim's blood horse all the way from church and come home rampant. Not coming upon Christmas Day. Martha did not like to seem disappointed, as if it was only in joke, so she came out permanently from behind the closet door and ran into his arms, while the two young Cratchits hustled Tiny Tim and bore him off into the wash house that he might hear the pounding scene in Macabre. And how did little Tim behave? Asked Mrs. Cratchit, while she hammered out Bob on his code digitally, and Bob hugged his door to his heart's content. As good as gold, said Bob, and better. Somehow he gets thoughtful, so he minds himself so much. And thinks the strangest things you've ever heard. He told me coming home that he hoped that the people saw him in the church because he was a cripple. It might be pleasant to them to remember upon Christmas Day. When me lame beggars walk, and blind men see. Bob's voice was tremendous when he told him this. And Judd looked more when said that Tiny Tim was growing strong and hearty. His active little clutch was heard upon the floor. And back came Tiny Tim before another word was spoken. Sworn by his brother and sister to the stool before the fire, while Bob, turning up his cuff, as the poor fellow, became capable of being made more shabby, compounded some hot mixture into a gin and lemons. I stirred it round and round and put it on top on the hob to simmer. Master Peter and the two about topless young Cratchits went to fetch the goose, with which they soon returned in high possession. Such a bustle. I'm sure that you might have thought the goose raising little birds. That a phenomenon, to which a black swan was the man, of course. True, if it was something like it in that house. Who scratched it, made the gravy, Dave hand in a little saucepan. Sizzling hot, recipe and mashed potatoes. An incredible figure was Belinda. Eating up the applesauce. Mother, this is the hot plates. Hot the tiny Tim beside him in the tiny corner of the table. The two young crackers sat each other, not forgetting themselves. A mountain garden upon their pills. Hands, spoons, their mouths. These silly stick for goose. For their turn came to be helped. Unless it, Niches was set upon, and grace was said. It was succeeded by a breathless pause, as Mrs. Cratchit, looking slowly along the carving knife, prepared to plunge it into the breast. But when she did, and the unexpected stuffing stood forth, one more delight arose all around the board. And eating tiny Tim, excited by two young Cratchit, laid upon the table with the handle of his knife. And Baby cried, "Hurrah!" There was never such a goose, Bobs, that he didn't believe there ever was such a goose cooked. His tenderness, flavor, size, and cheapness were the themes of universal admiration. Eked out by applesauce and mashed potatoes, was it stuffily so limpet dinner for the whole family. Indeed, as Mr. Cratchit said with great delight, surveying one small atom bone upon the dish. They had ate it all at last. Yet everyone had enough, and the young Cratchits in particular was leaped upon in sage and onion to the eyebrows. But now the plates were changed by Miss Belinda. Miss Cratchit left the room alone to allow Mr. Bear witness to take the plane up the rain and suppose it should not be done enough. Suppose it should be breaking drain out. Suppose somebody should have gone over the wall of the backyard and stolen it while they were married with the goose. That's the portion at which the two young Cratchits became livid. All such charges were supposed. Halloo! The other steam. The pudding was out of the copper. It smelled like washing day. That was the cloth. It smelled like an eating house and a pastry's cook next door to each other. Or a laundress next door to that. That was the pudding. And after a minute, Mrs. Cratchit entered, flushed, but smiling proudly with the pudding. Like a speckled cannonball, so hard and firm, blazing in half quarters ignited brandy, and bed lay with Christmas holly buttoned to the top. Excuse me. Oh, the wonderful pudding, Ralph Cratchit said, and commonly too regarded as a success achieved by Mrs. Cratchit since their marriage. Mrs. Cratchit said now that the weight was off her mind. she would confess that she had her doubts on the quantity of flour. Everybody had something to say about it, but nobody said or thought it was always a small pudding for a large family. Women flat harshly to do so. Any creature would blush to hint at such a thing. At last dinner was all done. The cloth was cleared, the earth swept, and the fire made up. The compound and the jug being tasted, and considered perfect. Apples and oranges were put upon the table, with a shovel full of chestnuts on the fire. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire. Then all the Fetcher family drew on the earth, in which Bob called a circle, being half of one, and at Bob Scratch's elbow stood the family display of glass, 2 tumblers, and a crystal cup without a handle. These held the hot stuff from the jug, however, as well as the golden goblets were done. About served it out with beaming looks, while the chestnuts in the fire spluttered and cracked noisily, and Bob proposed. "A Merry Christmas to us all, my dears. God bless us." Which all the family re-echoed. "God bless us, everyone," said Darrington, the last of all. He sat very close to his father's side on his little stool. Bob held his perfect little hand in his, as if he loved the child and wished to keep him by his side, and dreaded that he might be taken from him. "Speed," said Scrooge, in interest he had never felt before. "Tell me and Tiny Tim will live." "I see a vacant seat," replied the ghost. "A whole chimney corner, and crutch without an owner, carefully preserved. These shadows remain unaltered by the future. That child will die." "No, no," said Scrooge. "Oh no, kind spirit. Say he will be spared. And these shadows remain unaltered by the future. None other than any of my race." Then the ghost. "Well, we find them here. What then? If we like to die, you had better do it, and increase the surplus population." Scrooge on his head to hear his own words. Quoted by the spirit was overcome by vengeance and grief. "Man," said the ghost, "if man be, you be in hut. God damn it. Forbear that wicked can't until you discovered what the surplus is, and where it is. Will you decide what man shall live, what men shall die? Maybe then say to heaven. You are more left less and less fit to live than millions like this poor man's child. Look at art on the yearly inspector leave from scene on too much life upon his hungry brothers in the dust. Scrooge bent before the ghost rebirth and timidly cast his eyes upon the ground. They raised him steadily, finding his whole name. "Mr. Scrooge," said Bob. "I'll give you Mr. Scrooge, the founder of the feast." "The founder of the feast indeed," cried Mrs. Cratchit, and denying. "I wish I had him here. I'll give him peace of my mind to feast upon. There'll be a good appetite for it." "My dear," said Bob, "the children, Christmas Day." "It should be Christmas Day. I'm sure, said she. I wish one thing's to help us. Doesn't hold today's stinging heart. I'm the only man who's Mr. Scrooge. You know he is, Rabbit. Nobody knows it better than you, poor fellow. My dear, was Bob's my old answer. Christmas Day. I'll drink yourself for your sake in the day, said Mrs. Cuddy. Not this. Long live to him, and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And be very merry and happy, I have no doubt. The judge and drank the toast up to her. It was the first of the proceedings, which had no hardiness. The night Tim drinking last of all. They had 2 pence for it. Scrooge was the ogre of the family. The mention of his name cast a dark shadow upon the party, which was not dispelled for a full 5 minutes. After he had passed away, they were 10 times merrier than before. On the mere relief, Scrooge the baleful of being done with. Bob Cratchit told him how he had a situation nigh for Master Peter, which would bring in contain a full 5 and 6 pence weekly. The junior Cratchit laughed tremendously at the idea of Peter's being a man of business. Peter himself looked thoughtfully at the 5 from between his collars. As he were deliberating what particular interests should he favor when it came to the receipt of that dwindling income. Martha, who was a poor apprentice at the miller's, and told them what kind of work she had to do, and how many hours she worked at a stretch. Now meant to lie in bed tomorrow morning for a good long rest. Now me I'll lay passed at home. Also how she seen the Countess and Lord some days before, and how the Lord what's about his soul as Peter. And was Peter pulled up his collar so high that you couldn't have seen this had it been there. All this time the chestnuts and the jug were went round and round. And by they had his son. But a lost child traveling in the snow contained him. Who had a piglet little face, containing it very well indeed. There was nothing of high mark in this. They were not a handsome family. They were not well dressed. Their shoes were far from being waterproof. Their clothes was scantily, and Peter might have known, very likely did, the inside of a broker's. But they were happy, grateful, and based on one number, and contented with the time. And when they faded, looked happier yet in the bright sprinklings that is towards the burning. Scrooge had his eye upon them, especially entertained him until the last. But by this time it was getting dark, and snowing pretty heavily. And as the Scrooge and the Spirit went along the streets, brightness of the willing fighters, kitchens, parlors, and all sorts of rooms were wonderful. Here the flickering of the blaze, so preparations for a cozy dinner, with hot plates breaking through and through before the fire, and deep red curtains yet to be drawn, the shadow and darkness. There all the children of the house were running out into the snow to meet their many sisters, brothers, cousins, uncles, aunts, and first to greet them. Here again were shadows of window blinds of guests assembling. And there group of handsome girls, all hooded and booted, hung out chattering at once, tripped lightly off just from the neighbor's house to wait wool upon the single man, so to enter, but full witches, how they knew it in a glow. But if you had judged by the numbers of people on their way to family gatherings, you might have thought that no one was at home to give them welcome when they got there. Said of every house expecting company, found up as far as half their knee high. Blessings on and out, goes exalted, how a bird, Brett lithe with breast, opened his tipless palm, went on, outpouring, and generous hand. His bright, harmless mirth on everything within his reach. The bait them later, which rained on before, dyeing the dusky street with specks of light. No one just spend the evening somewhere. Laughed out loudly as the spirit passed, the little keen, the lamp lighter, that he had any company but Christmas. Now, without a word of warning from the ghost, they stood upon a bleak desert moor. For monstrous masses of root stone were cast upon, as though it were the burial place of giants. And water spread himself, whatever enlisted would have done so. But for the thrust that held the prisoner. And nothing grew but moss and fur. Course of rank grass. Down the west, the setting sun that left a streak of fiery red. They glared upon this location for an instant, like a sulking eye, and frowning lower yet, was lost in the thick gloom and darkness night. What place is this? asked Scrooge. A place where miners live, harboring the bowels of the earth, returned the spirit. I didn't know me, see? A light shone from the window overhead. And swiftly they advanced towards it, passing through the vault of mud and stone. They found a dreadful company assembled around a glowing fire. An old man and woman with their children, their children's children, another generation beyond that, haunted, in the holding tire. The old man in the voice. Only arose upon the hill and of the wind, upon the barren waste, was singing them a Christmas song, and to have been a very old song when he was a boy. And from time to time they all joined in the chorus. Well, surely, as they raised their voices, the old man cried late and loud, and so surely as they stopped, his figure sank again. The spirit did not turn here, but made Scrooge hold his rope and pass it on the moor, split with it, not to see. This was horror. Looking back, saw the last of the land, the vivid ringing some rocks. I know when his ears were deafened by the thundering of water. And the rolled and roared. The mates amongst the dreadful caverns they'd have worn. Eventually tried to undermine knife. Held upon a dismissal reef of sunken rocks, tumbling fell from shore. No waits the water stiffened and dashed. The loud near flew, so the still tiny lighthouse. Great heaves of seaweed clung to his face, and thunderbirds, born of the wind, came one my purpose. The seaweed in the water rose and fell about it. Like the waves they skimmered. But even here, two men who watched the light had made a fire. Right through the loophole in the thick stone wall, shoot out a ray of brightness on the awful sea. Joining the horny hands over the rough table on which they sat, they wished each other a Merry Christmas in their kind of low cloak, and one of them, the elder too, with his face damaged and scarred with hard weather, as the figurehead of a ship might be, struck of a sturdy sun, was like a gale himself. Again, the gust sped on. Above the black and waving sea, on and on until beamed far away as he touched with any shore, laden on the ship. They stood beside the helmsman at the wheel, the lookout in the bow. The officers who at the watch, dark ghostly figures in their several stations, but every man among them hummed their Christmas tune, or had a Christmas thought, and spoke with lowest breath, his compassion, and on bygone Christmas Day. With homeward hopes belonging to it, and every man on board waking or sleeping, good or bad, and I kind of live for another, not day than any other day in the year. Now shared some consent in festivities. And I remembered those cared for in the distance. I know they delayed to remember him. There's a great surprise to Scrooge. While listening to moaning of the wind and thinking what son of thing it was to move on through the lonely darkness of an unknown bypass. Those steps with secrets of as profound as death. It was the great surprise to Scrooge. While thus engaged, he heard a hearty laugh. It was a much greater surprise to Scrooge to recognize it as his own nephews, and to find himself in a bright, dry, gleaming room, the spirit standing threatening by his side. And looking at the same nephew with driven affability. Ha ha ha, laughed Scrooge's nephew. Ha 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 ha. If you should happen, by any likely chance, to know one day more bliss and laugh than Scrooge's nephew, all I can say is, I would like to know him too. Introduce him to me. No. Kafate was acquaintance. It is a fair, even-handed, noble adjustment of things that, while there's infection, disease, and sorrow, there's nothing in the world so desirably contagious as laughter and good humor. While Scrooge's nephew laughed in this way, holding his sides, on his head, and twisting his face into most extravagant corded proportions. Scrooge's niece by marriage laughed as heartily as he, on their assembled friends being not a bit behindhand, roared out lustily. Ha 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 ha. He said that Christmas was a humbug because I lived like Scrooge's nephew. He believed it too. More shame for him, Fred, said Scrooge's niece indignantly. Bless these women. I never do anything by halves, but always in earnest. She was very pretty, extremely pretty, dimpled, looking couple face, a right little mouth that seemed to be kissed. As no doubt it was. All kinds of good little dots about her chin and melted into one another when she napped. The sunniest pair of eyes you ever saw in any little creature's head. Although she was what you would have called provoking, but satisfactory too. Oh, perfectly satisfactory. He's a continental old fellow, said Scrooge's nephew. That's the truth. And not so pleasant as he might be. However, his offenses carry down punishment, and I have nothing to say against him. I'm sure he's very rich, Fred, hinted Scrooge's niece. At least you always tell me so. What of that, my dear, said Scrooge's nephew. His wealth is of no use to him. He won't do anything good with it. He don't make himself comfortable with it. He hasn't had the satisfaction of thinking, ha 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 ha. That he's ever gonna benefit us with it. I have no patience with him, Scrooge's niece. Scrooge's niece's sisters and all the others expressed the same opinion. Well, I have, said Scrooge's nephew. I am sorry for him. I couldn't be angry with him if I tried. He suffers by his ill wills himself, always. He takes it into his head to dislike us, and he won't come dine with us. What's this up, Crutches? Crutches. You don't look much of a dinner. Indeed, I think this is a very good dinner, interrupted Scrooge's niece. And what? Everybody else said the same. We must be allowed to have competent judges, because they just had dinner, and with the dessert upon the table, custard and the firelight left light. Well, I'm saying you get to hear it, said Scrooge's nephew, because I have in great faith in these young housekeepers. What do you say, Topper? Topper clearly had his eye upon one of Scrooge's niece's sisters. But he answered that about brother was a rich outcast. I had no right to express opinion on the subject. Where he had Scrooge's sister, the plump one with the haystacker, not the one with the roses blushed. Do go on, Fred, said Scrooge's niece, clapping their hands. He never finishes what he begins to say. He's also a ridiculous fellow. Scrooge's nephew reveled in another laugh, as it was impossible to keep the infection off. Although the plump sister tried hard to do it with aromatic vinegar, this example was unnaturally followed. I was only going to say to Scrooge's nephew that the conscience of his taking a dislike to us and not making merry with us is, as I think, that he listen to some pleasant moments which could do no harm. I'm sure he loses pleasure interest that he can find in his own thoughts, even his moldy old office or dusty team list. I mean, to give him same chance every year, whether he likes it or not, I pay him. I mean, without Christmas, when he dies, but he cannot help thinking better of it. I defied him. Reminds me going there in good temper year after year and think, Uncle Scrooge, how are you? If it only puts him in the vein to leave his poor clerk £50, that's something. And I think I shook him yesterday. It was their turn to laugh now at the motion of his shaking Scrooge. But being partly good natured, and not much caring at what they laughed at. So they laughed anyway, encouraged them in their merriment, about joyously. After tea, they had some music. Well, they were the musical family. I knew what they were about. Was they sound agree or catch? I can assure you. Certainly Tupper. Who could go away in the best like a good one. And never swell a large veins in his forehead. Like it in the face of her. Scrooge's niece played well upon the harp. Played among other tunes. A simple little air. Reading nothing. And I learned to whistle it in 2 minutes. Which had been familiar. The child that fetched Scrooge from the boarding school. And they'd been reminded of the ghost of Christmas past. All this strange music and it all means the ghost has shown on his mind. He softened more and more. And thought that if he could listen to it often, years ago, he might have been cultivated the kindness of life for his own happiness with his own hands. Without resourcing to the Houghton displayed the very Jacob Marley. But they didn't devote the whole evening to music. And their father played it for fits. For it is good to read children sometimes. And never better than at Christmas. But its main founder was the town itself. Stop. There was first a game at Lyman's Bluff. Of course there was. Now I no more believe Tupper was really mine than I believe he had ice in his boots. My opinion is that it was something between him and Scrooge's nephew, and that the ghost of Christmas present knew it. The way he went after the Blimpses and the lace Tucker was the outrage and the credibility of human nature, knocking down the iron irons, tumbling over the chairs, bumping against the piano, slobbering himself among the ferns. Whenever he went, there went he. He always knew where the plum sister was. You wouldn't catch anybody else. If you had fallen upon against him, and some of them did, on purpose, he would have made a fence that thing to seize you. Which would have been a misfront to your understanding of what instantly had slided off in the direction of the plum sister. She hadn't cried it, and it wasn't fair. And Ray was not. But when at last he caught her, when in spite of all her silken rustlings and a rabbit flustering past him, he got her in the corner with right hands. There was no escape. Then his conduct was most excitable. He was pretending not to know her. He was pretending that it was necessary. To touch her dress. Was very unsure of her identity, but pressing a remained upon her finger, to turn chain about her neck, was quite much stress. Now that she had told him her opinion of it, when another 5-man being in office, they were so confidential to each other. And the friends. Scrooge's niece was not one of the blind man's buff party. I was made comfortable with a large chair and a footstool. In that corner with the Ghost and Scrooge were just behind her. But she joined in the forfeits. And loved her love to admiration. With all the letters of the alphabet. Likewise, the game of how, when, and where. She was vaguely under the secret that Scrooge's nephew, Peter's sister's hollow. Although they were sharp girls too. The stopper could have told you. There might have been 20 people there, young and old, and they all played. And so did Scrooge. Poor Louis, beginning in the and what was going on. His voice made no sound in their ears. He sometimes came out with his guests quite loud. And very often guests quite too. For the sharpest needle, best Whitechapel, warned it not kind of eye was not sharper than Scrooge. Not as he took it in his head to be. The ghost was really pleased to find him in this mood, and looked upon him with such favour. He begged like a boy to be allowed say to the guest departed. But this, the spirit said, could not be done. Here's a new game, said Scrooge. 1 half an hour, Spirit, only one. There's a game called Yes and No, where Scrooge's nephew had to think of something, and the rest had to find out what. He only answering to this question yes or no. The case was. The risk by questioning, to which he was exposed, was cited. From him that he was seeing an animal, a live animal. This beautiful animal, a savage animal, an animal that ran and grunted sometimes, talked sometimes. And lived in London. What about the streets? And was not made to show off. I was not led by anybody. I did not live in a dream. I was never killed in the market. I was not a horse or an ass, or a cow or a bull or a tiger or a dog, or a pig or a cat, or a bear. At the famous question I was put, and this nephew burst into a festival of laughter. So experience highly trickled. I was obliged to get off the soap and stand. As the mum sister, fallen in some mistake, cried out. I have found it out. I know what it is, Fred. I know what it is. What is it? Cried Fred. Jingle Scrooge. Which it was certainly was. Animation was a universal estimate. Although someone hinted that to apply is it a bear? Might have been yes. As in much an answer negative was some legit. To hide the thoughts of Mr. Scrooge. Supposing I had a tendency that way. It's given his spirit a memory, and I'm sure it's a third. I would be ungrateful to not drink to yourself. Here, a glass of mulled wine right into my hand at the moment. And I say, Uncle Scrooge. Uncle Scrooge, they cried. And make us this happy old to the old man. Whatever he is, said Scrooge's nephew. You wouldn't take it from me, but may you have it. Now that's Uncle Scrooge. Uncle Scrooge personally come so gay and light to heart that he would play unconscious company in return, and then the probable speech. The ghosts are given in time, but the whole scene passed off in the breath of the last word spoken by his nephew, and he went again upon their travels. Much they saw, and far they went, and many homes they visited, but always with a happy end. The spirits stood beside 6 beds, and they were cheerful. On foreign lands, they were close at home, like struggling men, and they were patient, great to hope, by poverty and it was rich. And that means house, hospital, and jail. And misery's need refuge. A vain man is little belief authority, and not many fast to do it. And bear is made up, and that this blessing taught Scrooge's presence. It was a long night. If it was only a night, but Scrooge had his because the Christmas holidays appeared cut Sunday, the space of time they passed together. It was strange too, that while things went unaltered in his out. With form, because Scrooge older, clearly older. Scrooge had observed this change, but never spoke of it until they left the children's 12th night party. And looking at the spirit, they stood together in an open place. He knows his hair was grey. His life's those short Scrooge. My life upon this globe is a relief. Cried the ghost. And then tonight, cried Scrooge. Tonight midnight, hark! The time is drawing near. The giants are laying 3 quarters past 11 at the moment. Forgive me if I not justified it from what I asked, said Scrooge, looking intently at the spirit's robe. But I see something strange and not belonging to yourself, protruding from your skirts. So foot or a claw. Maybe a claw, with the flesh there lays upon it, said the spirits. So fellow, like, look here. From the foldings of the robe, I brought 2 children, lynched, object, playful, it is miserable. They bent down at his feet, and clung upon the outside of his garment. Oh man, look here. Look. Down here, screamed the ghost. And oh boy and girl. No, me got right. Scott, lean, swordfish, prostrate too, on the humility. What a great volume should have been filled their features out, and touched them with their precious tits, a stale, shivered hand, like that of age, and pinched and twisted them, and pulled them into shreds. The angels, right up, sat in front, Rivers lurked, without meaningfully. One change, no meditation, no prevention, immediately, negate, wrote all the mysteries, wonderful creation, have monsters, though half so horrible and dread. Scrooge stared back, appalled, having them shown to him this way. He tried to say they were fine children, but the words told themselves. Other than me, parties of to lie such magnitude. Spirit, are they yours? Scrooge could say no more. They are men's, said the spirit, looking down upon them. They cling to me, bringing from their fathers. This boy is ignorance. This girl's want. Beware them both, in all the degree. But most of all, beware this boy, for on his bell I see written it which is doom. Once the rain ceased, and I cried to spirit, nudging out his hand towards the city. Learn it also, tell it ye. Marry features splitters, and make it less, and by the end. Have they no refuge in these sorts? Cried Scrooge. Are there no prisons? Said the spirit, trained on him for the last time with his own words. Are there no workhouses? The bell struck 12. Scrooge looked about him for the ghost. Saw net. As the last stroke ceased to vibrate, he remembered the prediction of old Jacob Marley, and lifting up his eyes, beheld a solemn phantom, chapter hooded, coming like a mist on the ground towards him. And that is chapter 3. See you guys tomorrow for chapter 4. Bye. Okay then.